Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm stuck. See, I don't know why it always does that, but I'm always stuck. I'm not stuck anymore though. Hi. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. It's been a while. Also, hi Forgetful and hi Dragon Colony. Poop snoot. My snoot has been pooped. Oh my god. Yeah, I just realized that the fish doesn't work somehow. Well, I mean, it is open here. Ah, that makes a little sense. Alright, give me a second. There, okay, this should be fine now. I didn't double check this one. Okay, there we go. It is done. It is good. The fish should work now. Here, there, okay, there we go. Hi Nina. Checking in to say that I will be lurking. Oh, thank you. Always appreciate a lurk. Thank you. Oh. Nice, that's a really good first fish. That's a really good first fish. I got a dragon immediately. Anyway, looking at Monsino, it made me realize something. So, a friend of mine actually found a Monsino Dakimakura, which is like a body pillow, right? I saw that. It was, it is $70, so we should be around 300 ringgit. I couldn't buy it, it's too much, but man, the quality of that Malzino Ducky though. I want to see if I can find it real quick. I think I saved the link somewhere. Also, for the past few days has been very hectic, I would say, very hectic. It's more like because the family has been going through like a lot of influenza A, and then it's just kind of scary overall, right? Because I remember saying that on Discord, right? And there was one night I couldn't sleep. I think it was 2 days ago. I couldn't sleep because I started to have like this very obvious symptoms of influenza A, right? I couldn't breathe properly. Something is blocking my airway or something like that. It's very scary, right? That made me couldn't sleep, and I immediately went to like the nearby 24-hour hospital clinic or something like that, and then just immediately go to check if something is wrong. The doctors couldn't say for sure, but they did highly suspect that it's influenza A. So they gave me like a medicine that prevents influenza A, sort of. I mean, it is to cure and prevent, right? That little capsule that I have. I have to eat it for a week, he says. So I have that now, and honestly, after eating that, yeah, I feel much better, right? I feel much better. I could breathe normally now. Everything feels nice, right? Even now, I feel much better now, right? I'm pretty sure what I got was like the start of influenza A, and if I didn't go to the doctor earlier, if I didn't go to the doctor during that day, then it's probably going to be very catastrophic, I would say. Right? It's such a fun year though, right? I remember earlier this year I got hit with a severe sickness, and then June or July. Oh yeah, it is this year. It is earlier this year that I got influenza A, right? That's the first time I got it, and then June, I believe, is severe sickness until July, something like that. And then about last month, I got more sick. And then if this month I got fucking influenza A again, I'm gonna shit my pants. Anyway, this is what I found, so this should be fine. Yeah, it's not safe for work. Here, this is what I found. One of my friends found this. It's actually Malzino's ducky. I found this and it's like, oh my god, I need it. It is Rox's Holo, by the way. Just gonna mention this website. Indirectly promoting the website, but yeah, thank you, Narix. So good. Yes, looking at this, I have to buy me that. I would buy me that. But I couldn't even afford this. Like fucking, I think $70 is how much is it? Yeah, 300. About 300 ringgit. It's like I mad it. Oh man, I want it though. I already have this website bookmarked on my Telegram, so we good. But then again, this is very nice though, right? PayPal paying 4 interest-free payment of $17.50. I think at some point I might be able to afford that. Hey, it's installments, alright? four times installments seems pretty good. But then again, that's a future me problem. But for now, I just couldn't really buy it because tight as fuck. Considering that we just recently settled a house loan payment, and now we are waiting for it to discharge, right? So yeah, it's a little bit of an extra spending. So it's the fucking ceiling that needs to be fixed still. So that's one thing, right? That's actually two things, right? But it's all good. Someday I'm gonna buy that thing. I mean, I already have a Dean ducky in the back there, right? That one is pretty good. But Malzino though, ooh. That bedroom eyes though, ooh. You know, I have Narix to thank for that. Narix not what I want. Anyway, I'm here to fucking do some art finally after 69 years. I'm finally doing art again. So let me do something here real quick. Just get this thing prepared real quick. Then Leon, you saw the ducky, right? Hi Leon. If you didn't, I could open it up again. You must look at the ducky. I have said. You must look at the ducky. Oh my god. Oh shit. the Malzino ducky makura. Oh. Oh, it's not your reaction. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's horizontal too. Oh damn. I need that. Why am I not surprised? If you're surprised, then you didn't know me long enough. Also, hi Leon. Leon, help! Oh no. Did Leon become Ashley? Not showing the fact that there's a sacred one too. That's in full gear. I mean, yeah, but still, that's not safe for work, right? That's fine, right? Oh yeah, there's Toby and Sacred as well, yeah. I love how they call it Electric Squirrel. Oh my, this one is mega fluffy. Okay, wait. This one is fine, and then let me double check this one. This one should be fine too, right? Okay, yeah, no slit. No slit is present. We good. Yeah, there's also Toby and no, Toby is not safe for work. I think not safe for work. Yeah. Well, you think a ducky should have that? No, I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god! Eat the ducky! Wow. I think the pieces on Twitter is like the preview for a not safe for work version. Yeah, ne? Preview the not safe for work on. Because I call Toby the same way, Electric Squirrel. I just call it Toby with a Y. Toby with a Y. Oh my god, the beans though. Oh shit. Oh my god. No, it's not as hot as the Malzino one, honestly. And then we have the sacred one. So good. I miss playing Monster Hunter. I've been playing Monster Hunter Rise lately because my three of my sisters started playing it. They bought the game and then they're like, "Hey, 来一起玩呢?" It's like, huh? Oh, I need to replay a character? Oh yeah, sure, okay. That's how I got back to Monster Hunter Rise lately. Toe beans, Kadachi? You get to live for that one, it's fine. Look, it's toe beans, it's okay. Also, I love how there's like original and special order. Oh shit. Of course I need that special order, like come on. But not now though. I haven't even got the chance to play the Wilds too. Ooh, yeah, I haven't played Wilds for a long time actually. How long is my last play Wilds? Give me a second. Shouldn't be too far off, I think. No, ne? August 7? August 7 is fine, right? It's just 2 months, I think. Never seen the chicken tenders ready to fry? Eh, I don't know what that is. Is that the fire chicken in Wilds? I think the Saragios challenge quest is ongoing. Saragios challenge? Oh, Saragios in this game is really hard. I should play back Wilds on 30 FPS. No problem. It should be fine. You're making me want to play this game now. No, I must do art. Also, before I start doing this though, there's something. Oh, shit. I already forgot to do this already, so shit. Dinar mesh 12834 is good enough. I don't know why, but I always start with this sphere right here. Sphere good. I haven't uploaded the PORef as well. I need to shove a few of the thing. Oh wait, no, PureRef is not here. PureRef. I'm definitely not prepared for this, Lamau. Anyway, I need to put in Zeus chair here. Wait, did they not send me that? No, they did. They totally did. Yeah, they did. Oh my god, it's so big. What I can tell from this is Zeus is very feral dragon-like, right? How do I work with this? I never really sculpted something that's like feral. I need to learn more about like dragon anatomy then. I am so not prepared for this. I should have looked into it more beforehand. But let's start small, right? Let's just start with the head. I mean, this picture is very telling. Must go say the most unfortunate spot for a second. Did I? Oh yeah, my mouse cursor is a hand. Am I grabbing that particular area? Oh, was I? It's okay, it's fine. Okay, I think there's only this two. Oh wait, no, there's one more. So this one. Oh, this one is a PNG. Wow, okay. I think I can work with this. Oh my god, woo. I was looking at something. I'm figuring out the things here. Hi, Christ. Hello. I saw you're playing a bunch of demos there.
Hello.
Thank you, Narix.
And welcome.
Terra Myth Sense? Thank you. How do? I'm feeling my brain is all over the place trying to figure out how to start how to start a project or project, you know. I need to start doing art. The first step is always the hardest because I don't know how I don't know how to like start. But I think with this and also this, I should be able to figure out something here, right? Also, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope the demos was good. It is Steam's Next Fest, right? So there should be a little demos to play. But because I procrastinated for too long, I need to start doing art now. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, these two I can definitely work something out. Okay, let's start with the face. I'll start with the head first. The first step is always so difficult. Also, I just realized HIO is being a stinky today. I think HIO is just down. Yeah, HIO looks down right now because I couldn't even access the website. I couldn't reach. Sounds about right. That's why I couldn't use HIO just now. Also, hi Becky. Oh my god, Takan. Also, Riz, if you need any like post-stream care, you know, get some rest, get some drink, get some food. Oh my god. Thanks for the raid again, Riz. I just need to get the shape out first, right? It's collective shout's fault? Hmm? What's a collective shouts? Oh shit, where's my pencil? Wait, I thought I put it here. Whoa. Hi. 我忘记我的放哪里。Oh. How the fuck is it camouflaged? Alright, I found it. It's here. I found the pencil. Also, hi Rook. Man, I haven't done that in so long that I'm just all over the place right now. Anyway, I mean, always start with Let's start with Clay build up, right? Clay build up. This one. I mean, clay build up is always good, no? I will drink. Drink gay juice? Well, gay juice is fine. Collective Shower is a group of TERFs in Australia. They have blackmailed payment processors into not playing for games. Wait, I need to reread that. Group of... What's a TERF? TERF? Well, I'm gonna go Google Translate for this one. What is... what is TERF? Noun, derogatory? Oh shit. A person whose views on gender identity are considered hostile to transgender people or who opposes social and political policies designed to be inclusive of transgender people. Oh, that's rough. So that's what TERFs are? How's everyone doing? I'm doing pretty okay, honestly, despite me being all over the place, but I'm good. Okay, TERFs in Australia don't have blackmail payment processors into not paying for games. Oh. So are they like some sort of a pirate in a sense? Question mark? I don't know. I'm. It's kinda hard to understand. But yeah, it is kind of wild to get a website or a platform offline of some sort. Yeah, it is entirely offline. I couldn't even access the website anymore. Okay. Dragon shape, right? I mean, if I were to look at it in the side view here, right? If I were to just sort of Zeus kind of looks like a cheese head. Cheese, right? So if I were to imagine a cheese wedge, then it should be fine? Question mark. Maybe not that sharp, I think. Although I do need to make an open mouth, so look, it's Dragon Maw. I have to make the mouth open. Oh yeah, there's no this. So for this one, it's actually like actual cheese wedge, right? So something like this, maybe. Feels like it's a straight line though. Cheese dog, yeah. Alright, Zeus is a very cool dog, how can I forget? Here's a reference, hope it helps, and it's just a breaky butt. Breaky butt. But they do have this I have to be honest here, right? For the past few days, I have been absolutely obsessed with Friday Night Funkin's music. You know, the newest mod that came out, versus Retrospecta Part 2, is so fucking good. The more I listen to it, the more I love it so much, honestly. Feels kinda sharp, no? Wait, no. Oh. Also, sorry, I wanted to play Mega Bonk, but I didn't buy it yet, or I don't want to buy it yet because it has been kind of tight lately, so I don't want to buy any games for now. But however, I do have someone gift me 2 very big games actually. I kind of want to play it, but at the same time I'm kind of scared. It is Resident Evil 7. Yeah, Resident Evil 7 and Village is 8, right? I think. Someone bought me those 2 games and then didn't say anything else, and I was like, oh, I mean, it is a friend of mine as well. They were just like suddenly send me the games and say nothing about it. It's like, oh my goodness. But yeah, now that I have Resident Evil 7 and 8, I kind of want to play it. At the same time, I kind of don't want to play it. You know how much I got scared, right, with horror games. Even on a not so horror game like Project Silverfish. Like, Project Silverfish is not necessarily a horror game, right, I would say. But then I still got scared by the game so much, it's kind of embarrassing really, but it is what it is, you know. I'm just afraid of horror games. I'm afraid of like scary stuff that just pops up suddenly. Or just like sounds in general. That scares me a lot. Kind of flat back here. They also have like this looks so weird. I should take out those parts, right? What I'm trying to do here is sort of trying to take away this, kind of, and also here as well. It kind of helps. It's only attached to the top of the head, right? So this one should be like wider in general. Yeah, I can work with this. Let's try again. Or let's keep trying is what I'm trying to say. Okay. You don't go to Pokemon Go today to get your free level 50 boost? I was wondering about it. I got to level 49. And then my inventory slots and my Pokemon slots just went up by like 100 plus something. I guess some update happened. Also, hi Metal. Oh, didn't they mention about the leveling? Oh, that must be the one. Okay. New max level is 80. Holy shit. Okay. So I assume because of that, they start people off on level 0 or level 1, and then I immediately got to level 49 or 40 something, 49 I think. Yeah, I got to level 49, and then my inventory space, like my maximum space is 1050. Yeah, 1050, and then I got 1500 items on me. So shit, man. Suddenly so full. Hit 51 when it happened to you? Ooh, okay. Uh-oh. What's with the Did you do something sonicky? Also, welcome. Hand my SDG. What is that? I don't know what SDG is, but hi, welcome. Yeah, you kind of make it smooth back here. I never really do like a flat surface on ZBrush. Actually, what's this? Trim adaptive? Huh. I see, okay. Let's not use that. Oh, this part is weird. How do I even do this? My name is Sid. Pandemis? Oh, Pandemis. So, pen... pen... Oh, okay. The DG was I could have the name, trying to figure out something better. Oh, because someone took the name Pandemis, the spelling, without the DG, right? Okay. Also, hi. Yeah, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Also, hi, Zeus. I'm trying to get the head shape right here. Hope Zeus is doing it. And Zeus, is your head like a cheese wedge? Not so much of a cheese wedge, I think, right? Oh, you're Trash Panda. Oh, you changed the name. Okay. This looks kind of weird. I don't know if... Should I like do it like more sharp like this, or... No, it's not that sharp actually. Yeah, it's not. Okay. I just need to make a better shape for it, pretty much. And I think I want to make Zeus look down. I think a front-facing dragon should look down to make the dragon look better, I think. But we don't need to think about that for now. For now, I just need to get the head shape right. So the top of the head feels flat. So is the back actually, kind of. Thinking like how the 60 character shape is. How does my cobra shape like? Wait. I don't know if that is any use. That could help a lot. Give me a second. So if that's the thing, let me try. I don't think I have like a proper picture of my snake, do I? I might have put it here together. No, not here. I actually forgot what I put my snake things. I guess I didn't put it here. Yeah, I guess I didn't put it here. Just we have that on the screen. I mean, I could use this one and take a look here, right? This one is a side view. Well, kind of a side. But I feel like the cobra head shape here looks a little bit weird too, right? Because for you, right, looks pretty like the top of the head doesn't do this. From here it looks kind of like more flat-ish, especially here, right? I think I'm gonna. I like how I like you about section. Oh. Yeah, to be fair, this angle doesn't do her justice at all. Nothing to do based on that. Okay. Understood. I'll try to make it as close to your character as possible. Addicted to Mech Warrior 5. Mech Warrior? Don't think I played that before. Really like that pastel pink though. The cool dog is so cool. I mean, this is kind of cheese shape, I think. Just some sharp edges and we should be good, I think. Question mark? Maybe. Actually, how does my snake look on the about me section? What picture did I use? I don't even remember. Wow, wait, that one looks pretty good. I love how the snake has like proper rendering, and then with my dragon, I'm just sort of like lazy. Didn't do anything with that. Just keep sculpting. Way too early to tell. That's true. Don't know if the shapes of the character are like Euclidean. Oh, that's a new word I never seen before. Euclidean. Euclidean? Euclidean. Relating to or denoting the system of that's an adjective. Wait, it is adjective. An adjective derived from the name of Euclid, ancient Greek mathematician. Oh, holy shit. Oh, the shape of geometry is Euclidean. Holy shit. I mean, I don't know if the shapes work in real world space, or if it's just in drawing world space, if it's the right word. I mean, it's the first time I've seen that word before. I usually do the shape based on how I feel, if it looks right, like if this kind of resembles this, right? It has always been how I kind of work out, like this. It kind of works, but it does take more time, I'm pretty sure, which is normal. How do I do this? It's too strong. You know, I just realized even if I do the head like this, right? I have to remove it after. Or maybe I can like... What if I try to do... I think it was clip curve? do some research on ways to make the mouth seamless. Oh? I mean, I should be the one doing that, but only if you don't mind. I should be making more, like, learning more about ZBrush. Don't know how possible it is. I think it is very possible. I mean, to be fair, the way that I was making the mouth was very hectic, but it kind of works. No, it kind of works. How I did it was just how did I do it? I just sort of I made the top jaw first by pushing this one up, right? I push this one up and then have the top jaw shape, and then just add another model to sort of like pull it out to make a jaw, something like that. That's usually how I did it. Takes more time, but it works. It definitely works. Gonna do thing? Of course, take your time. I mean, I guess this is kind of the shape now. Kind of, right? And of course I can work towards for it to look better. This is kind of the first time me trying to sculpt something, sculpt a pharaoh character. I don't think it has this much inclination, but I just need to have this definition here. But here it doesn't need to be that much, I feel like. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my god. Oh, it's gone. Oh wait, no. Not that close, right? It's not that close because there's going to be... Oh, maybe this is the scale. Like, this part might be this part. But I shouldn't be this close, I feel like. Like, should be a little bit... yeah. Oh, sorry, you realized the cheese might be a little bit too thick here. Meaning that I should cut off this part a little bit, make it shorter. Looks about right. Okay. It feels a little crude. Maybe if I do this. Hey, if it works, it works. I feel like I'm going to redo the eyes entirely. Oh, the eye socket actually. So let's get back. Okay. And then I feel it looks so jank here somehow. Oh, there's like a bird right outside of my window, just like chirping away. multiple birds actually. Kind of funny. Maybe I do need the mouth first. Maybe if I have the mouth, it will be easier for me to sort of know where to put the eye? Question mark? Maybe? Probably is right. Mouth should be around this part, I think. I think I can just make the lower jaw first. Sorry, make the upper jaw like I always do. Maybe something is not right here as well. I kind of my PNG tuber, but I can't discord it to you because I'm not logged into that account on my phone. Oh. I mean, it's okay. You could always send me that picture whenever you can. Not now, of course, since you're not logged into the account currently. I mean, this is probably going to take a long time for me to sort of just get the shape right. So, I mean, at any point, if you want me to like change or anything that could help, or anything that you think could help, it's always welcome. I feel this is too much. The orb? I didn't put the orb into the pure ref though. Let me double check the orb. Maybe that could help. You never know. It's too cute though. It's too cute though. Low poly. The low poly? I love how pixel becomes low poly. If I were to do it based off of this one, looks like eyes is covering like a lot more. But also I need to take into consideration that this one is looking from above to below. maybe this looks about right. Just maybe make the eye socket slightly smaller, I think. Because this one is... Yeah, I feel like mine is too big here. Lower the size a little bit and see what can I do about it, right? It's like, I believe I mentioned this before, like in 3D space, it's so different because I remember doing 2D art, sometimes doing like little changes, it doesn't really do anything, right? If it's on like 2D art, you change some like very minor details, most like casual audience wouldn't even notice it. But in 3D space, any small changes, it's gonna be so obvious. Don't know how that works, but it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. I need to pull out this one. Now Zeus looks so fierce though. I feel the angle of the nose area is too acute. Not 100% sure. What is acute? Right. Acute. Acute angle? Oh, too sharp? Characterized by sharpness or severity of sudden onset? No, that's pain. No, that's like inflicted afflicted pain or something like that. Rapier like? Razor sharp? It is kind of sharp. Like I guess it is like a sharp turn is acute. On the Nexus picture, the looker. I go to classes now? Oh no. Good luck with class, Becky. Acute is angles less than 90. Less than 90. Oh, you mean, oh, this is too like downward, and it needs to be like over here, needs to turn like put up a little bit so that it's a little bit slightly less sharp than this. The mouth part? Oh, here? Oh yeah, I misunderstood. Again, perspective thing here. Like more flat, question mark? I feel like the cheese is too long, but then again, when I looked at the picture, it's kind of long that way. Maybe it can be turned down a little bit lengthwise. Just a little bit. Oh, is it not? You don't know? You could try... oh, I guess you can take a screenshot of this and then try to Oh, you're not on your computer. I'm not commenting on it. I just don't know how to say what I feel. I mean, you could and sometimes should comment on it if something doesn't look right to you, since this is going to be your model anyway. So I will definitely try my hardest to make it look good, right? 100%. But also, if you feel like anything you want me to change, or like something you want to something you want me to like change in general, you can always just tell me about it. Although how to express it is a bit of a problem now. Oh, are you saying like this is too sharp? Like a cheese wedge? That might be it. It's too cheese. I should see if I can get the piece. I have to do stuff though. That's very understandable. Like only if you're able to, you can always like sort of take a screenshot of what I'm doing right now, and then sort of like sketch it out how you want things to look, and maybe like how you want things to like change a little bit on that certain part or something. Only when you're able though, right? In the meantime, I'll always like try my best to make it look alright, yeah? Or look the best I can make it to look. English is hard. It doesn't really have that though. Maybe not that much. I don't know if this is too long. It's kind of hard to tell. I feel like this is too long, actually. No. If I add the mouth, then it shouldn't be too long. I feel like. I should make a new folder. Actually, give me a second. Time for another 70 plus saves of the ZBrush file. Let's see. Yeah, the last time I make BB, right? So BB had 75 save files. 75 save files. Just to be safe, just to be safe. It is very space consuming though, right? It takes up a lot of space here. So just for that, it takes 3 gigabytes. That's kind of scary. Okay. It's not too. Should probably try to add the mouth first. Should add that after. I think with that, this one has to be a little bit thicker, no? If I were to add like if I just pull this one out, no, not like that. Oh, this is so scary. Maybe it's kind of a bad idea. You know, I don't know how I feel about this, honestly. That's a powerful book. Hi, Snowwolf. Oh, that's so weird. Why is that happening? Why did it pull the other polygons weirdly? I think before adding... Yeah, this is a bit of a problem here. Yeah. Oh, I think I know what's up. How can I forget about this? There we go. Yeah, it doesn't look weird anymore. Okay, okay. So let's get back here. Yeah, okay, okay. Because without back face mask, it is like pulling the other... It's pulling the polygon because the area I put is so big. That's why. But now that I have back face mask on, everything is fine now. How can I forget about back face mask? This just means that I haven't got to doing art for a long time already. I wanna try to like strive to finish this model before this year ends. I think I can do that if I really keep trying. Hi Peter. Morning, morning. Morning, morning. Hope you're doing good. Also, Omega Tekken. And Peter is dragon, right? Based on the profile pictures that I saw on Discord. Gosh, do I miss being here? Like on Monday I wanted to stream, right? And then suddenly there's like multiple influenza cases in my house. And now I think some government people is like... Is it government people? No, it's like KPM. One of the hospital wants to like visit us to like take a survey on like what's the situation with like influenza A, what's the symptoms, how do we feel, something like that. Feels kind of weird to have like a KPM people coming into our house. When we don't know yet. They haven't come, so it's just kind of it feels kind of weird, but I feel like I don't want to deal with them. It's kind of scary talking to like people with authority, question mark? Oh yeah, I never said this, but I hope Peter is doing good. The mouth extends back to the eye? Oh, I just realized that. Oh, shit. Mouth extends until here, apparently. Oh. This looks kind of funny though. Okay, there we go. It's flat again, that's good. Shouldn't be empty inside, it's not, okay. So... Gosh, I'm not too sure. I'm only kind of doing it based off of this one, right? Because this one sort of parallels, so that's why it's here, right? I think the eyes could be slightly smaller. Nah, let's just keep sculpting. Just keep sculpting to the point where I would know what's happening and know how to fix the things I need to fix, something like that. Usually that's how it goes, right? When it comes to like me doing art, just slowly make mistakes and change until it looks good. Might not be the most efficient way, but hey, it works. Also, chat, I might have a bit of a confession here. I know I said that I've been obsessed with the Friday Night Funkin' music lately, and I've been listening to them a lot while I'm driving, while I'm just like sitting around waiting for my sister, like if they need anything, you know, with my earphones on, just listening to those music. It's really good. Oh, it's Bailey. Hi, Bailey. You're more like steal, huh? Is I'm gonna steal yo. Like Bailey, if you want to steal me away, you can just do steal you away. Is crazy. Hello, Mama Bae. Hope you're doing good. I've been stolen, so I guess the stream is ending. Oh no. No more cobalt on the screen? Oh shit. Oh, Bailey is doing good. I'm finally getting back to doing art after... Nice. After months of procrastinating. Step 1, steal me. Step 2, become dragon. Wait, so you're telling me Bailey can be a dragon and get more kobolds? And me having more kobold friends sounds really good. I didn't know Bailey can become a dragon. I'm okay, just EP hot dreams well. Sugar cube. EP good. Honestly, I'm feeling kind of EP too, but I had coffee, so I'll be fine. But yeah, stream's been pretty good. It was a little bit hectic because I don't know how to get started with a model. But now that I'm doing it, I guess I got it started finally. It's always like the hardest when you look at like a for my case, I look at the sphere. And then my mind went blank. It's like, how do I even start this? Where to even start from? I don't even know. It's always such a struggle. Want to be a dragon? Just haven't drawn it, and commissioning costs money. Commission expensive. Like, I do want to commission some spicy art of Tiara someday, but that's a far future me thing. As for the near future, I don't think I can because the money problem. But at least I got one house loan settled and it's already like getting discharged, so that's one good thing, right? Where I have 2 more. Wait, no, the Sibuti one is done. Just the Lutong one, I guess. Yeah, just the Lutong one left. Still a lot. You know what I do know? I think a lot of people, if not all, just feels that way. But then I remember seeing someone who is like looking at a blank canvas and then they're like so excited because the sky's the limit, you know? When people feel that way towards a blank canvas, man, so jealous. But also it's the mentality, I guess, right? They have strong, good mentality. I think this is good enough for now. Alright, time to do something stupid. I mean, I did it once, I can do it again, I'm pretty sure. Oh, this one looks mega jank, oh my god. Why does this one look mega jank? Wait, go back. I mean, I feel like I should pull down from here, but I'm still like not too sure how to add this one. or add this thing. I remember doing this once, like this little mouthpiece here. I mean, I essentially added another mesh on top of it to make it look like this. Yeah, I could do that again. I feel like that's a nice idea to have. Just add another mesh on top of it. Instead of like trying to bird noises, instead of trying to sort of sculpt it in one mesh, I feel like that's way too tough. Right, let's pull these out. I think yeah, that's the problem. I need to pull like yeah, this one looks slightly okay. At least better than what I had. The first one was jank, very jank. I don't like that. Also, I think I should mention this, right? Sometimes when I start to really hyper focus on doing art, and then I'll most likely be very quiet most of the time. It is like part of the art stream thing, I guess, right? When I'm like really focusing, then yeah, I'll start to go quiet. Just a heads up though, like when I'm being like very quiet, you guys would know what's happening. Also, another one thing about me doing art stream is that sometimes when I have some weird stories I want to share, I can share it during art stream. Essentially, I feel like art stream is kind of a just chatting stream, kind of, right? In a way. And honestly though, before I started this stream, I wanted to just play games instead, right? It's like every time I tell myself, okay, I'm going to do art today, and then when I sit down preparing for the stream, like opening up all the softwares that I need to open, and then be like, okay, it's time to do art, and then before pressing the start stream button, I just feel like, no, I don't want to do art today, or like it has been happening for like so many days, months even. That's why I've been like not doing art lately. It's just my brain like procrastinating a lot. Bleh. Not only this year though, like for the past few years when I wanted to do art stream, and then my brain just be like, no, don't do art stream, holy shit. You know, I can always just do like partial art stream and then partially game. It's always it's a choice, you know. I can do that instead of just like straight up not doing art at all. Honestly, it kind of scares me too every time. I believe I mentioned this before, but every time I start doing other people's model or like character, I'm always so scared. Yeah, I'm always so afraid because I'm doing other people's character. They look so fucking good, and I don't want to sort of mess them up, right? Make the character look bad because of my own skill issue. It's always like a fear of mine. Be like, shit. What if I mess up the character? What if it don't look good? I don't like that feeling. I just couldn't help. I couldn't help thinking that way when I do art. Like even right now, I'm doing this model, right, and then it's be like, and then I'm like, shit, something doesn't look right. It's like, shit. What if they don't like it? I don't know. Something about that is just so scary, honestly. Why are you saying? Oh, you can see you. Good. Good. Forget about me rambling. I do tend to ramble a lot when I do art stream as well. There's so many fear when I do art like this, right? If I'm doing my own model, my own character, if it doesn't look too good, I can always be like, okay, it's okay, it's just my own character. That's kind of fine. But if I'm doing other people's character, it's kind of scary. I don't want to mess up. So, you bet that I'm gonna try my best to make a character look good. Hmm? Am I getting trapped? Oh! Bucket. Hi, Evie. Welcome. I should drink here. Hope Evie is doing good. Oh, I forgot to eat this. I should probably eat it now. Eating medicine on stream, let's go. That's always been my mistake. Wait, the jaw should look like more. Yeah, a little bit like that, right? Yeah, I like the shape a little more. Actually, a lot more. I didn't know this is gonna help so much. Because the way I do lower jaw is always messed up. Now I finally see what's happening. Yeah. This helps a lot. I like this. Oh. I'm sorry, but every time I look at that emote, I just think of my brain. It's so dirty. Wait, I want to see. Because I've been listening to Friday Night Funkin' music a lot. But I feel like I don't want to listen to it. I don't want to listen to Friday Night Funkin' music on the stream. Feels like it doesn't really fit? Question mark? I'm not too sure. I mean, I can always listen to more Hi-Fi Rush because it's that good. Yeah, let's listen to more Hi-Fi Rush. Okay, this one. Alright, have a change of pace, I think. Alright, there we go. Hi-Fi Rush is always such a good choice of music. Every time I listen to Hi-Fi Rush, it kind of makes me want to play Hi-Fi Rush again. Croissant? That accidentally looks like a love heart shape. Just buy money. Just buy money. How do you even buy money? Don't you lose money when you buy things? I mean, unless you're buying money with something else, then... Wait, that's just selling things? Wait a minute. Wait, selling things is also buying things from the other... I think my brain just exploded a little bit. No way to do it right? Oh my god. What do you mean do it right? Why am I slightly concerned? Yeah, I have discovered commerce. This one... I mean, I'm not gonna make them all open up this big still, but... This one right here... I think this is fine. I'm going to add another mesh, just add this thing. Around like here-ish. Maybe? It would be possible to have a sharp mouth joint and then add a shader to add the membrane in the mouth. Shader with quotation mark and a question mark parenthesis? I don't think it could be shaded. I don't think shader could add... No, actually I don't know. The possibility of shader is huge, right? I don't know if doing that could work. It must be like a very specific shader to be able to do that. That thing is called membrane. Not sure if that's the right term. It could be the right term because shader is broad but also not broad. It's hard to say, right? Because like Blender has different shaders, Unity has different shaders, shader behaves differently depending on how you create and how you code the shader to work, right? So it's really hard to say. Like shader can be very versatile if I know how to work. If I know how shaders work, right? I've learned slightly about shaders, but I never really use shader because it's like too advanced for me. never really learned how to use shaders properly. Instead of flexing as much, it will be more like how the repo characters talk, so no membranes at all. The repo character talk is kind of funny though. Imagine this, right? I think repo character talk like just moving the top of the head. Let me try. Oh shit, that's too much. Not entirely, but somewhat, and then have an effect in the mouth though to simulate the membrane. If I'm speaking fantasy, I think to simulate the membrane, you need a mesh to be able to simulate the mesh, right? I think that's rigging. You were up there when you did the thing. When I did the thing. I mean... I love 3D modeling. Or sculpting, actually, more specifically. Invert the selection. Actually, this is like... I actually do this to test if it looks alright. This one might... the lower jaw might be a little bit too long here, I feel like. Lower the length of the lower jaw. Maybe. Yeah, it's too long here. Because I have to pull the anchor point up. Right. If I need to do this to make it look right, then wrong. It's already like wrong. But that's good to know too. If it's cell shaded, could cell shading be used to hide the mouse seam? I don't know. I don't think I tried cell shading before. If at all, no. I never tried cell shading. How do you even do cell shading? How to cell shade in Blender, in Photoshop, in Substance Painter. Cell shader in Substance. There's a cell shader in Substance? Toon shader. Simple toon shader for Substance Painter. Holy shit, that's a toon shader. That's a wow. A Genshin style cell shading in Substance Painter? Really? The mouth, I will have to send for it. Oh, you want to hide the... Oh, you want to look like this, right? Like no mouth line. I think that's what you mean. Do I have to make it look 100% like the rev? I don't have to, but I'll try. When closed, ooh, I don't know if that's possible. Oh, sorry. I have a tiny idea. I don't know if it's gonna work. I honestly, I don't. I honestly don't know if cell shading is gonna work, but with the Blender blend shape trick, I might be able to do it actually. Like when a basis is when the mouth is closed, right? So when basis mouth the mouth is closed, all I need to do is for basis is to just I could use the blend shape on basis, hide the mouth by adding by copying, let's say copy this area, the mouth area. Yeah, copy this, and then have it move out a little bit, as in it's like a color. Like the one I did with Salazar. Wait, let me check out something real quick. Real quick, I just want to look it up. The way I did Salazar was also similar to what I mentioned, I think. Oh, this one is already rendered. Maybe I shouldn't open up the render one. Ah, yeah. Yeah. This is such an old model. I copy this part of the polygon here. When I blink, I push it out. This is essentially another mesh here. Right, this is another mesh. I just push it out and have another texture on top of it. Because I don't know how to do a texture change with blend shape, so I didn't do that. I just straight out copy another mesh here, and when I blink, I essentially just push the thing out, blinks. Hey, it's crude, but it works. So what I'm thinking is, if I were to use this method, I could copy this part. Hypothetically, I could copy out the mouth part, make another mesh, push it out to hide the mouth line. I think. I was asking a modeling Discord, I got one advice. Modeling Discord? I'm always scared to go to like artistic Discord. I feel like I don't belong there. My brain does weird things sometimes. Most of the time, actually. I mean, this could work, so. Let's think about that for now. No, let's not think about that for now. For now, I'll try to focus on doing the head shape. I take it. Do you steal from Nintendo? I probably did. Did I not? To learn 10% of everything so that when I say wrong things, I sound confident. I mean, the first part is good. Take initiative to learn. I should do that more. Oh, wait, this could help. Wait, okay, let me put this one here. You can do normal transfer of no mouth version and have it use a perfectly smooth shading. As long as the geometry doesn't poke up too much, you won't see it. Normal transfer of a no mouth version. So they use the normal map. My method is to just straight out use a mesh to push it out. Similar concept. Similar concept, but a different execution. One is true normal map, one is true my method is just straight up another mesh. So it'll be two head models? Not really. Normal map transfer. Oh wait, how do you do normal map transfer? By changing the shader, I think? I mean, the shader in Blender could do? No, wait, no, I don't think so. Shader changes everything. I don't think blend shape can do it, question mark? Maybe it needs more like in-depth thing in the shader properties in Blender. You know, that would be a future me problem. For now, let's focus on this one. The future me will struggle with that a lot more, but it's okay. It's part of the process, it's fine. Also, yeah, this could help a lot. It's a bit shorter, right? Future you might do something to deserve it by then, so don't feel guilty. Probably, maybe. Future me might just be like, oh god, I don't know what to do, fuck. Proceeds to panic. Wait, that's the entire top of the head, I think. So, oh, the horns is connected to this part. Oh, so this part has to be thicker? Like from here, I think. I'm just gonna add more volume here for now. Those side views gonna help a lot, honestly. By combining everything together, I might be able to do this properly. Hopefully, anyway. Yeah, this one should be a lot more higher because horns are here. The horns were there because of how the head was facing forward in the sit pose. That doesn't make sense in a pure GTuber. Oh, you mean this part and then this part as well, question mark? looking at this and then also looking at this and also this, looks to me it is like around here, and then ears at the back here, around like this is the ear, this is the horns, and then going back. Like over here as well, maybe ears a little bit down here, like, oh, below eye level, maybe here. I could always just try doing it. That is very true. If it doesn't look right, I can always try. I can always try again. Like what I did. I can always try again, just like remove everything and then try again. It's always a good. It's always good to like not afraid of trying again. So you say I can always cry too, yeah. Hey, I'm a kobold, I can always cry, yeah. Actually, crying is not just a kobold thing. Anyone can always cry. It's fine. From the curved horn. Wait. Wait, no, it's Ben Arc, I think? That doesn't look right. Then I can try to bend curve? Oh wait, no. Get back, get back. I know what's up. I know what's up. Ban curve first. If only this can be shorter. Oh yeah, that surprisingly looks really good. I actually didn't know it can do that. Wow. Wow, this is really... Holy shit, I love when I found something out accidentally. Okay, I just need to fix this part here. Or maybe just like shove it in to hide it. Around this should be good? I don't know if you caught it when I was saying last time, but horns aren't real. No, horns are real, no? I mean... I can kinda touch mine. Look at it, I am. I love horns. Look at it. Look at it. I am. I am. I am looking at the horn though. I think this shape looks good. They're clip-on. Clip-ons. Clip-on? Oh, I think clip-on means that it's like 另外带上去的东西。I don't know how to say in English, but I think that's what it meant. Ooh, that's a bit of a problem. Actually no, not too big of a problem. I should bend curve one more time. Discord? Okay. Yeah, the horn... So what you're telling me, I think what I understand is that okay, so the horns here, this is what it used to. Wait, originally they don't have horns? And then the real horns are little spikes. Oh, so technically two horns, right? So one. Oh, explains this thing. Oh, so that's a real horn. Okay, that's a real horn. And then why there's this thing is because of this part right here. Oh. So I need to make it extra. I need to make it like with a seam so that it's like a clip-on. That's why there's the line on the horns on all of them. Yeah, I never really realized that. Yeah. Even here? I mean here. Oh yeah, even here. Okay, so this is... Ooh. This might be a little bit tough, but I think I have a small idea on how to do this. Okay, that's the real... That's a real horn. And then the curved horn part is the clip-on. Okay, okay. I can probably just be painted, but would it look good if it's painted? I feel like I want to make it two separate meshes. I feel like that could be better, question mark? Wait. Can I probably... It would be... It would be very difficult to make it look with seam, but the shape doesn't change. I want to make them look like very intentionally separated. I don't want to just like paint a line on them. What I had in mind is something that's very stupid but that might work, right? But to make the horn like a little spike... Wait, there might... Oh! Check this out. Oh, this is so stupid. It might work. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I sure as hell can try, I guess. Thing is, I need to make this look like a spiked horn, so I cannot just do it again. Oh, I need to cut more because because wait. If I do this, maybe if I add a cone and then try to make the curved horn look. Wait, yeah. Let me try the other method, but I'm gonna hide this one. Don't use cone. I forgot how scary cone can be. That's why I always use cylinder. Because I extend the thicker part of the horn, maybe? Thicker part of the horn. In the curve, you can also make it more oval shaped into a circle. I can try to do that. Not too like perfect circle like this, right? So this part goes out a little bit, right? I think. And cone's the scariest solid. It's so scary because I don't know. I used it once and then it kind of destroyed the entire thing for some reason. Hi Mixie next time. I don't like. I like how it looked when we made it more stretched. Oh, okay. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. A few seconds ago? I assume you mean this thing, right? Maybe if I put and then make it smaller, and then boom. I assume you've been this, question mark? Yes, just go around the ear. That's true. Get it a bit more. Okay. Is this sculpture for Zeus? Exactly, yeah. It is from a previous, a few months ago. A few months ago, I had a donation thingy where I needed a little bit of like help with funds. And then Zeus, Nexus, and Spooder helped a lot. So now I did say I want to make a model for them, and here I am. Which is nice, honestly. And this one should be no problem. Wait, no, it shouldn't be like that. A little bit more straight, I think. Also, I earlier said it could be more toony because it's meant to be a whole body. No, it's okay. I'll do it with how I usually do my model. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Morning, Evans. Could you copy the other curve and shorten it? Sorry, which one? Oh no. The other horn curve and shorten so it keeps all the other dimensions. You mean this one? Like, sorry, this one? And then to not stretch it like how I did and make it like a... Not stretch it to make it look curvy, but using whatever method that I used to make it curve like that. Duplicate and shorten the length. Actually, I don't need to do that. I could make it bend more naturally, other than just stretch it like that. I think another method would be using bend curve again, right? I don't think I need to duplicate it. Give me a second. Let me try to get this. Let me try to get this first. It doesn't curve like that though, this one. Like, here it's kind of straight. Could be thicker in general, I feel like. Okay, also this one. Did I stretch? Okay, this is the unstretched one. What I think I could do is go here again. It's kind of stretched still. If I do this and then scale it down. No, that's too weird. This one moved the entire thing. If I shorten the length, it's not going to be awful anymore, no? I always found Z sphere adaptive skin useful for blocking out horns and tentacles and such. Yeah, how could I forget about the Z sphere adaptive? I used that before. I think for the entire body I could use that, right? To block out the entire body, because this is the first time me tackling a actual like pharaoh model, so something like this from the body, from the neck, I could Z sphere from here to here and then here as well, and then until the tail, boom, boom, boom. Maybe even add more at the leg here. Actually, yeah, I should use that more. Yeah, I'll do that when it's time to do the body. For now, I think the horns, because the horns are a little bit... the horns are a little bit special here, because for Zeus's character, actual horns like this, and then the curved horn is another part of the horn. It's clipped on. It's like clipped on, so I'm trying to make it not... I don't want to just like... I don't want to just paint a line here, right? I don't want to just paint boom, right? I want to make it actually have like a 3D seam in between, and then add this golden bracelet to make them go together. English is hard, man. But something like that I'm trying to do here. Lots of things, but we got a tapering tube that is in a perfect circular radius. That very useful. You're right. Let me do this. Boolean them to get the seam? Oh shit, I never learned how to boolean things. Boolean. I only learned how to boolean something active mesh sub mesh something question mark. Z-sphere is a good idea, but still. This is what I get for being like not doing art for like months and months, and then trying to get back into doing art. It's like, ooh. I want to see if there's any like cheating way. A topic you learn sometime that easy and powerful in sculpting. Yeah, it's on me. I should definitely learn all these things that I can use. In low poly modeling, booleans are scary, but here they're great. Yeah. I remember doing low poly and then using boolean and then trying to fix the endgons. Like, oh fuck. I hate it. But because in ZBrush we don't need to care about the in guns. I could make Bully very strong. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Oh man, I should learn more. But for now, this one doesn't look exactly good, right? Because it's stretched out. How do I do? Okay, wait, hide everything. Don't worry about it. Let's try another method. Let's save another file. So I need to append a Z-file. Right, I need to remember how to use this. Oh, can I not move the Z sphere? I can only draw it. Hi, Uncle. Bully was a mathematician? That I actually didn't know about. Morning. Hope you have a nice EEB. Okay. I already forgot how Z sphere work. I draw, right? So when I draw, I create something. So if I yeah. And then I can move these things, I think. I cannot move the I can move these. I can kinda move that. And then if I draw another one, I can pull that one out, I think. No? Is it scaling? Oh no, okay. Oh, if I move in the middle, it doesn't. Ooh, okay. I see. Then I don't need that. Yeah, actually I need that. I lied. I can scale after, right? Okay. So I'm trying to make. I have a spiked horn already. I just need a non-perfect circle curved horn. I think don't need to draw a lot of spheres here. Wait. Let's draw like I think 10 is a good like oh, that's weird. What is this? Oh, it doesn't move this one? Does it look like this moves? This is so weird. So the one inside cannot be pulled afterwards anymore? Oh yeah, wait, that's weird. Oh, wait a minute. Can it not get pulled longer? So I need to pull them first. Wait, so get back. Some length for all the horns, I guess. Because if I do this one cannot be pulled up anymore, right? Yeah, I can only do this unless... Do I need to pull this one? Okay, no, not this one. Why are you controlling this thing? Unless I do... Ah, okay, so... Don't pull the green part, pull the red part. Okay, I got it.哎呦，真的是太久没有弄这个了，吐了。Then I can just use my original idea, which is to draw 10 spheres. What? Worm? A worm? It is a worm, kind of. It starts with boo? Oh shit. I don't think 10 will be too much, actually. Oh shit. Oh my god, camera, I'm gonna bomb it. I'm not even counting if I have 10 spheres or not. I'm just doing things, I guess. Oh my god. I don't know how I feel about this. think one more and then let it point up? Point up? Question mark? I can add one in between, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah. It looks so jank. One thing maybe around. I think it scales out a little bit too quickly. I can check how it looks like, right? Is it adaptive skin? Preview. Aha. Nah. I feel like it should be thicker in general, question mark? Oh. Can you scale it here to become smaller? Oh, okay, so I cannot do it. Okay, so this got changed. I think there was a way to scale down everything, just now I did that. How did I scale down everything just now? What the heck? If I don't know, just go Google it, I guess. How to scale sphere. Oh, I think not scale, but resize? I think resize would be a better word for it. Click and drag a grading sphere to scale the entire connected chain. Holding alternate key while dragging will scale the individual spheres in chain. Clicking and dragging a link sphere with alternate will inflate or deflate the chain. So gray area, entire chain. Drag over the gray link spheres, then connect two spheres. Scale the entire chain relative to its parent. Okay. Okay. So gray link sphere, right? Click this one. Just do this. No. Actually, not that. Holding alternate. No. Holding alternate. Oh, there we go. Wait, it's deflating. I want it to be smaller in general. Okay, don't need to care about the scale first. Is there a way to smooth the curve? I think the way to smooth the curve is to add more spheres in between, and then make them look more smoother. Question mark. Also, I think this is a very... How does this look in comparison with my perfect... this is not... this is a perfect radial. This is not a perfect radial, right? Like here is fine. Over here I need to add more, I think, to make it smoother. Ooh. I mean, it does look smoother. Over here it looks a little bit jank, huh? This part, this part, this one. Yeah, that looks better. This one pull down. Even here, maybe? Shit. I think here it needs more curve. Like here. This one feels too sudden. Maybe I need to add a few more. Like over here. Something about this part looks so jank. Like here. Maybe not to let it point that much up. I think I can maybe work with this. Man, it doesn't look good though. Like especially down here. Oh, maybe here is like too subtle of a change. It's not in, like here. Here, maybe here. Maybe I could add one more. It's already so tight though. Maybe I want to add one more there. I don't think I need that. You know, I don't think I need that. I don't think I need that. I think what I want to do is to scale this, inflate everything a little bit. Because at the end, I don't need to scale the entire thing down, so I need to inflate it to be thicker first. think the problem is here actually. I feel like this one, because this one turns kind of quickly. Maybe I should turn here already. Yeah, maybe. Okay, let's do... So from here, and then a little bit more of a harsh turn. Yeah, I like that harsh turn a little bit more. I just need to smooth out here a little bit more and it should be good, question mark? Like here, maybe just a little bit. Maybe. I'm on phone again. Hey. I think I might be able to work with this. It is an okay curve, I guess. Over here might be a little bit straight. It's a lead hole straight over there. I think that looks alright. I think I can work with this. Let's give it a try before I make it into a polysphere. Oh, density is polygon? Ooh, wait, that looks much better though. But it's gotta be a lot of polygons, no? Wait, density shows that here doesn't look that good. Yeah, that looks better. Personally, I think this looks alright. I think I can work with this. I think I can work with this. Right, let's do another save. Well, replace this one. Okay, and then I'm going to preview, confirm. Wham. So now that we have this, wait, did it work? Oh shit, did I mess up? Or is this it? I think I can work with this now, right? So with this, oh, I forgot to check. Oh, it's swirly. Oh no. I forgot to check the other angles. I think I clip here, right? Oh, what the fuck? That was 200k polygon? That's crazy. What the fuck is that sphere scary? It's okay, I can always like make it less sphere, less polygons. I didn't think there's gonna be so much. Oh my god, look at this. That is crazy looking. I might have messed up. It's too much. It's too much. It's almost 300k for this. Oh, maybe because of this. Deny mesh resolution. Deny mesh. Oh. I can always lower the poly count, don't worry about it. So this one, I think I cut here, right? Cut this part and then clip this part together, question mark? Fish terrace broken polygon. Oh, I have broken polygon. Like, where is it again? Uh-oh. On it. At the elbow area, there's like a... kind of a broken polygon there. I already saved, right? So let me look at this. It connects the entire way from here actually, so I can only clip like the top part here, I think. So if I were to like slash boom, sorry, not like that, this, yeah. So if I hiya, right, hiya. I also need to make it look still looking nice. Do I look nice? Wow. This part need to push them in to make it make sense, question mark? Oh wait, I need to make it turn. The eye over here. There's still ear. The ear sort of. I need to pull this one up a little bit. Actually, I feel like the horn should be a little bit more upwards? Question mark. I do not. I mean, this might be a little bit difficult. I mean, it's always the case with like just starting off a new model, and then I start to like. I wouldn't say complain. It's more like I don't know what to do, right? and then eventually when I just keep when I keep complaining about things like yeah, what the hell, I don't know what to do, and then eventually I just like slowly force my way towards victory. I don't know how to say it better. It's like somehow I made it work towards the end. It's always like how I do my models. It's such a weird way of doing it too, but hey, if it works, it works. I'm not gonna question it, you know. I think I can attach from here, so I can cut off the first part. Okay, it's pointing outwards. I think I have place to put the ears now, except this one, and then oh. I need to clip a little bit more. Cha. Although they should be attached. No, now that looks a little weird. Ooh. Oh wow. Yeah. Ears might be able to save me here, I think. Oh, hi Jameson. Oh, sun is shining directly on my face now. Oh god. It's okay, sound good. Not good for the camera though. I'm gonna drink my barley. Did you guys know that I like barley a lot? I love barley. so weird. Oh, the camera cannot even sense my face anymore because it's so bright. What if I try to turn down the camera exposure? It kind of works, but it's not good enough. I mean, sun shining directly in my face is a good thing, so I'm not even gonna complain. Barley makes beer? Really? Barley beer? I mean, I'm not a fan of barley. Sorry, I'm not a fan of beer, not barley. I'm a big fan of barley. I didn't know barley make beer, honestly. There's too much polygons, actually. This convert current 2 to polymesh 3D? Did I not? Uh-oh, is this still Z-Sphere? Oh, I messed up. Oh, this is the skin. Oh no. Chat, I fucked up. I need to append the skin. Chat, I fucked up. This is still Z-Sphere. I've been modifying the Z-Sphere like a stupid dumbass. I didn't even know. Ayo wey, walao, fuck. Well, watch this. Time to cry. I didn't know. I didn't use Z-Sphere so much. I don't even know what's going on. Okay, so this is what's happening. I'm modifying the preview of this model, and then this is a proper. This is a proper like poly 3D, right? Yes. So. Well, better late than never. Fine. Fine. Let me destroy this. Already create a modified preview. Oh! Oh, actually I'm not stupid! Yes! Fuck. Wait, am I stupid? Wait. Wait a minute. That's not it, Chief. Wait, this one? Oh! Oh my god, I'm not crying anymore. I'm the best. Is that the bunny? No. No, it's not. The subtitles, this is not Tuesday's fear modifying sex. What the fuck? Thank you, closed captions, I guess. I know I'm not a native English speaker, but modifying sex is something. It's something that I never thought I'm gonna say. How to modify sex? I don't know. Hi, Zri. I can't understand sex. I'm just a kobold. How can I understand sex? I don't know. What's sex? What's gender? I'm only here to serve Beckham. You and me both. Live captions don't work with my accent. I guess that's fair enough being Southeast Asian, right? Yeah, I mean I'm Southeast Asian. We talked about nasi lemak before. I'm gonna assume Zuri is somewhere around Southeast Asia as well. Not sex, sex too? Oh shit. What the heck is a sex too? I know about sex. Why is there sex too? Where did they come from? Okay, now we can. Okay, we pre-processed this already. Okay, now we can decimate this shit too. I think 7k polygon is very generous. I'm scared. Why are they 267k points? I think that's way better. Yes, it's 7% of decimation. 2, 3. Okay, that's good. Decimate current. Sub 2 is not yet pre-computed. Did I not? Okay, fine. Okay, plug in 8,000 polygon. Boom. Did it? Holy shit, I'm the best. Fuck. Malaysia too. Oh, fuck yeah. Fellow Malaysian. I think you sound clearer than me. My accent sounds sleepy. Stop. I guess when it I guess it's like years of streaming does make me want to speak clearer in terms of my like spoken English. It does help, right? It does help. There we go. See, less polygon. I can just cheat like this. Hiya, and then just pull this one up. Boom, mega boom, like that. And then just remove the line by doing this. So decimate would cause something like this to happen, right? You see this? It's kind of a weird broken ass polygon here, so that's why we have fucking, what do we have? What was it again? Dina mesh. 256? 64 is good enough. Boom. And then boom. A 1,000 polygon? I mean 1,000 should do currently. I think it's good enough. Camera, I swear to god I'm gonna just... Okay, thank you. So I think if I clip here... No, this is kinda weird though. Sleepy streams only. I would tune in and listen. Everyone has an accent but me. If I set myself as the true English, I believe Zeus speaks true English. Find your English very understandable. Life questions just suck. Hard to find a program that works well. That, I guess that is also kind of true. Yeah. Also, hi Nix. What? My. Oh, did my hand tracking died? Yaki biki. There was too many polygons. Look. Okay. Nah, leap motion takes a lot of resources. How do I make this look good? Like, currently it looks weird, right? Zeus dictionary standard? Exactly. A boop that legs? Heck yeah, boop that legs. I think I'm gonna make this like this. Right. I want to make it like closer here. Uh-oh, press the wrong button. Hiya. Do you think this looks weird? Because here's the thing, right? This one is like absolutely tapered. So your real horn, I made it like absolutely tapered, right? And then over here it just sort of start off like this. Feels kind of weird. But at the same time, I kind of like it because it does imply that it is a clip-on. Right? It is like very obviously clip-on, but it might be a little bit too obvious. Maybe too obvious to the point where it doesn't make sense. I don't know. Gosh. I think I can just like remove this. This one is 200k. Just get out of here. I kinda want to keep it that way. It's such an interesting concept too, right? The horns being clip-on like this, right? So it is around this part that it gets clipped. But it looks like it's very thick here. So maybe it should be thicker here until almost to the base of the horn actually. So almost to the base of the horn, and then here a little bit thicker. Here, let me try. Oh god, my brain is whispering shit stuff now. Fuck. Oh, I hate when this happens when I do art. Essentially, my brain is like, this is not good enough. I know it's not, but still, this is like a inner battle. Always happens when I do art, which is like, which is also part of the reason why I fucking love doing art, but it's so painful dealing with these kind of thoughts that I don't know how to grow out of it, honestly. It's kinda tough. But I guess in time, if I just keep pushing myself to do more art, it's gonna go away eventually, I believe. I think this is okay-ish. But here it looks weird though. Those are cheese, mysterious, cheese. I mean, cheese sounds good. Yeah, I guess I have to deflate here a little bit, right? And then smooth. Wow. Fish positive thoughts. Murex shellfish. Shellfish. Thank you, Murex shellfish, for giving me positive thoughts. Hi, Swift. My leap motion doesn't work again. I think it's too much for my PC to handle. I'm gonna unplug the leap motion for now. I hope Swift is doing good. Welcome. Y'all have to imagine that I'm waving towards you. Oh shit. Oh no. The Swift got everything. Oh my god. And Swift has the pond. Very nice. Oh. Ooh, wait, this looks kinda nice. I need to tell my brain this looks kinda nice. I kinda like it, not gonna lie. And then make the a little bit more smoother, alright? Boom. I think this looks kinda nice. Oh shit. This one strong fishing rod? It is a special fishing rod everyone has. Like it's no more fish. Gently nibbles. Nibble Swift? Heck yeah. You know what? I like this. And the clip on. I'm gonna remove my failed attempts. Alright, so now we have this. So the tank hugs and pets approved for that back. And Swift is a very good hugger and petter? Petter. Hugger and petter. Right, let's add a torus or a ring actually. Alright, I usually cheat if I want to add accessories like this. This looks kind of funny in 3D space. It's about this length. Oh yeah, it's really hard to make it look good here. Ooh, I didn't think about that actually. Alright. Oh my god. I don't know. If I hide that part. Little peek out. Metal kobo. I love metal. Both genre and metal. I still say it would be fine if you drew it on. Yeah. I really want to make it like a separate mesh so that they are really like, so that they look really like separate, you know? I really want that. Because it is like such a cool concept that I want to make it look good instead of just like trying to draw a line on top of it. I mean, it's valid, right? Doing that is definitely valid. Most people don't even notice until I tell them anyways, and that is true, right? Which is why, which gives even more of a reason to want to do this, right? They might not notice right away, but they might get curious and ask like, oh, why is there a horn like that, right? Yeah, horn extension, it's so cool, right? It's also why I want to make this look right. Right? I want to. I really want to. Cool horns, right? It's so fucking cool. I love it so much. It's not worth tear pain. Oh, nonsense. It's definitely worth it. Like, to make a model look as nice and correct as possible, I think I'm willing to go through the pain a little bit. Why not, right? Although, even with my best abilities, I might not be able to make it look good in a way, right? But I still kind of want to do it right. I honestly do. We could just copy the 2001 model I shown you. I saw that one. Did it have like... I didn't even really notice that it has that. Uh-oh, sun is shining directly in my face, I cannot see. Wait, okay, I need to pull it to here. I need to look. Fucking sun, I couldn't see. Oh wait, I didn't ask for your... Oh fuck, I'm so sorry. No, I'm sorry, I didn't ask. But from this model, it looks like the horn is like that, right? It didn't really show the clip-on, the clip-on thing. The RuneScape run you ripped? Oh, it's not even yours. It's from 2001. Oh, it's from RuneScape. Well then, it's fine. Look, RuneScape is like public. Alright, it's fine. From 2001. This is kind of impressive, no? So cute. 2001 RuneScape dragon. Like, I never played RuneScape, but this is so cute. Man, it's such like black magic. How did they even make something look good back then, right? Without that much polygon support. And then looking back, some of the game looks so fucking good. I don't even know how they do it. Dakin. Hi, Zeal. Dakin, good. I like Dakin. But that's not you, though, Zeus. That's a RuneScape Dakin. All the early RuneScape models were so goofy. I kinda like it. Like, don't look at it this way. This doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. But the side view looks alright, actually. Oh, the quarter view look good. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, actually looks kinda nice. I got a calm and eternal amazing. Ooh. Zeal has a calm? Oh my god. Oh, you mean someone commissioned you to do the dancing? I think the base of them should be thicker. The base of this one, right? Nah, Zeus, don't shut yourself. Zeus, that is nice. Right? I think it's best when I make a model and then you want me to change something, just heck yeah, tell me all about it because it'll be so nice, honestly. It helps so much. Let's look this one. Oh, you commissioned someone. Oh, let me have a look. Let me take a look. Oh, that's cute as fuck. You have a scorpion tail? I didn't know that. Oh, I love that. Oh, that's so adorable. Oh my god, it's the Zeal. I didn't know you have a scorpion tail. Can I show it on stream? Totally Jim. You can? Thank you. This is what I'm looking at. Look at it. It's the kobo. Holy shit. Eat the zeal. This is cute as fuck. Oh my god. This is actually cute as fuck. You know, now that I know that you have a scorpion tail, that is even cooler as fuck. I love this a lot. This is really nice. I didn't know Zeus has a scorpion tail. Oh, it's so cool. I mean, I'm basic. I have this normal looking tail. No, fluffy tail. I've seen it before. I think I've seen it from one of your PNG tuber. But which one I'm not sure. It's not the word. It's not the where one. We played the Pig of Senju before? Oh wow, I didn't even know this. Oh, that's on me. Yeah, I thought I saw the tail as being like the normal one, but I didn't notice the... Hey, wow, okay. Oh, that makes it even cooler though, fuck. Never thought about scorpion tail could be that cool. Heck yeah. Okay, now I need to make this base thicker. I think I can do it by using this. Where the fuck? Wait, where's the scale? I couldn't see. Oh, what the heck? Does it not show here? It doesn't show like this? Oh, that's so weird. My face is at my monitor. I couldn't even see it. Even the wearable avatar has it? Oh, the wearable has it. I was like, I've seen it before. Because I've seen your wearable a few times on stream. On your stream, I mean. Oh, well, that's the second pawn today. For whatever reason. I think this is pretty thick. I think this is pretty thick. I like it. Holy tail. Fish pond, please? It's even here. This one might be a little bit hard to see, right? Maybe I'm just not that observant. I mean, I guess point can be proven by me playing Project Silverfish. I am not observant at all. I missed everything. I think this is a reasonable amount of thick, I think, for the horn. But also I feel like I want to do this. Oh, here's the clip and oh my god. Cute kobo pig. Scorpion? Scorpion. I like scorpion. It's a mouthful and very special species. This kobo is going to cheat her way to victory. Watch this. Yeah, the clip is barely noticeable. Who's gonna look at the inner side of the horn, huh? Not me. Oh wait, it's a lot thicker though. You know, like this. Right? Just make both horns a lot more thicker actually. And then I'll deal with the chin scratch for scorpion. Gonna pet the scorpion. It is a lot thicker. Very thick actually. Here, even here. Maybe it's just this one. This one if I just inflate here a little bit. Maybe not that much. Whenever I use the word inflate, it just scares me a little bit. At the back of my mind, I can already hear it. I will inflate you big and round. the infamous line, I will inflate you big and round. You could also, instead of drawing it, just carve it out later. The original idea for the horn was also that it's just a smooth transition with the head shape. The PG tuber even uses the same line. The same line for the horn. Do you mean carve out the bracelet or the seam? Question mark? I do kind of like this one though. The top of the head and the horn uses the same line. The horn split could be carved out or drawn. Horn split? This part, you mean? I usually just oh wait, I never thought about that. I usually just denamesh and then make them seamless. Maybe I should keep it that way, or like keep it like this instead of like I mean it has seam. Boom. Wait, no, I was on two different topics too in that short time. Holy shit. Hi Essie. Oh my god, it's Etsy. Hello, welcome. No hand tracking because my PC dying from the hand tracking takes too much. It takes too much heckin' resources. Hope Essie is doing good. One topic was the horn being smooth transition from the head shape. Smooth transition from the head shape. So it is here, right? And then kind of a smooth transition of like being a little bit of a bump here and then becoming like this. The other one was the horn not having to be two pieces. I kind of like having two different pieces to showcase that the horn is clipped on. No. The smooth transition for the head shape. Wait, let me reread that. PNG tuber uses the same line. PNG tuber uses the same line. PNG tuber is this one? I guess that makes sense. Yeah. I could make that work. Very sick right now, but it's good to catch your stream. Heck yeah. Is that a purple collar? It's a collar. I really think it's more hassle than it's worth. Like, if you follow the outline of the head to the horn, there's no bump and or shift. Yeah, it's not too much work, honestly. So if the horn and the head is seamless, then usually what I do is right? Usually what I do is the thing that I should be doing. So I wouldn't say it's too much of a hassle, right? It's never. Honestly, discussing something like this to make it look more right and better is always nice. It's always nice. But of course, like it's like suggestions that I can take into consideration. Although I will honestly not always take that into consideration, but most of the time I will just be like, listen to it, try it. If it doesn't look good, then I'll revert. But if it looks good, I'll keep it. Also, hi Soda. I think this one should not. I feel like this one is weird because it should like be like this. Yeah, I think I know what's up. I think I know what's up here. Oh, that's bad. Let's not do that. Oh, it's the cryptid. Ace Kobo for flavor? Oh no! Am I being licked by Takan? Drugs and crossover when? I don't know. I haven't used my Druxen model for a long time. You used to be like my main model to use, but I grew so attached to my Cobalt that I feel like I'm a Cobalt now. I could do it. I could. You know, I've always have this idea of me being in a suit while streaming, so that you guys can look at Druxen sometimes. Like during that birthday stream, I wanted to do it. You do still occasionally snake, yeah. Normally, yeah, I'm snakeku for art. Not today. I want to show my arm warmers and my collar, okay? But the next time if I do art, it's going back to snake. Kobo streaking, oh god. Oh, thanks for a tree streak. Cobalt TF. No, it's just entirely different character. I always wanted my snake to be, you know, recently I've been really interested in looking at living suit, latex suit kind of thing. I think I really like the idea of like a suit being sentient. It's so cool though, holy shit. Okay, I think this looks okay. I wanna now modify this thing. You're nicely colorful. Okay. I know. How many hours do you have in changed? Not too long actually, surprisingly. I don't even think I finished the game, did I? It's too difficult though. I think I do have the game, yeah. Yeah, I do. And the special one, never played this one. I played for 6 hours, holy shit. This one I played for 11 hours. Nothing too difficult, but this... I don't know what this game is like, but it's like... This game's so fucking difficult. I believe I was in the... I don't remember. My last play was 2021, but I can vaguely remember the part with a bird. With a, is it a bird? I think it's a bird, and then there's like some sort of puzzle that I cannot go through, and then I got too frustrated, and I eventually just stopped playing it. Yeah. That's how it happened. Hope this one doesn't change too much. So is this one. Pull up. And that defeats the purpose though. Just put it up slightly, but it's still there. That looks okay in my book. Maybe here I can fill up the... I kinda like it. Oh, question though. Actually, no, forget I asked. Because I wanted to ask if change is safe to stream. I think it is, but I don't think I want to stream that. There's too many games, too many other games I want to stream. Yeah, no, forget I said anything. Very much a fetish game. There's a list of banned games you can check on Twitch. Ooh, okay. I think it's good to like look at which game is like banned. Twitch. What? Is that Nexus? Oh my god. Twitch banned games list. List of prohibited games. They just listed out all of them? Wow. Nexus called Wiggly Wyvern? Heck yeah. Nexus so heckin' adorable? The official ESRB rating is adults only. The game violates our community guidelines as it applies to hate speech, sex, nudity, gratuitous gore, or extreme violence. Oh. Alternate versions of adult-only titles with an ESRB rating of mature or lower are permitted, including mature version of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and Fahrenheit Indigo Prophecy? Oh, there's a little banned game. Okay, so I just need to find... what's the game again? Changed, right? See... Cobra Club? Criminal Girls, Occult Simulator, Harem Party, Honeypop, Honey Kim Studio, Nigligi. Oh my god, Porno Studio Tycoon. There's a game like that. There's a game called Suck My Dick or Die. Oh my god. Holy shit, holy shit. Oh, this is so funny. I'm certain. Also, change is not safe for work unless you plan on playing around with moving censored bars. I don't think you'll be able to play it. Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a lot of trouble. I wouldn't risk it. I'll just play it off stream, maybe on Discord, but nah. On change and stuff, I'm still waiting for Silence to not be blocked in my region anymore. Silence? Oh, isn't like another game? By the same developer? Also, hi Pinky. You're welcome. If it's on the list, it doesn't mean it's safe. That list is just some of the more known. Ah, okay. So, more known, but sometimes when things are like more... Just don't play sus games in general, I would say. Sakura Dungeon? There's a lot of Sakura games, like Sakura Angels, Sakura Beach 1 and 2, Sakura Dungeon, Sakura Fantasy, Sakura Senta, Sakura Spirit, Sakura Swim Club. What the heck? The Guy game? The Raiden... holy shit! What's under your blanket? Oh, Yandere Simulator is not allowed? Holy... Wait, what? 3DX chat? All randomized video chat platforms? Second Life is not allowed. Interesting. Why would Second Life be not allowed? I don't know. Looks like similar art style, need more research. Been spawning. There are games that are on the list that will get you banned. I tried Silence demo because someone said the demo was good. Depends what kind of sus. Sakura is visual novels. Oh, ew, I don't like visual novel. Like, Treasure Hunter is pretty sus but completely fine to stream. Oh, really? Inflation is okay? Wow. Hi Nexus, oh my god, need Tekken. Treasure Hunter recommend? I have the game, actually, but I never played it because I feel like it's not my kind of thing. I don't know if I played it. Someone bought it for me too. Yeah, I played for 53 minutes and then it's like, it's not really my thing. Ninja recommended Silence demo to me. Did I? Treasure Hunter is 100% okay to stream. Holy. Someone stream it too perfectly fine. Okay. Okay. I mean... it's not my thing. It's not my thing. I've seen non-furry streaming it even. Oh shit. Yeah, I played for 53 minutes and it's like, I'm good. It's a legit good platformer. With a little inflation though. I mean, the visual... I don't know. Taste is still a factor, otherwise we wouldn't have reviews. Yeah, it just happens to be inflation, I know. That and also the art style is also not my thing. I know, I'm being very harsh to the game, I'm sorry. Although this, I forgot what I wanted to check. Oh yeah, silenced. Let me... Oh, 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 it is. Oh yeah, I played it. Right, yeah, I played it. Oh my god, I forgot. Ironically, or not ironically, just because it's a good game on its own merit. I guess it. I guess Tribal Hunter also take inspiration from. Anyone remember Bubble Bobble 2 on the Nintendo Entertainment System? I played that game. Inspiration from that, I believe, right? Because you have to hold the bubble button, and then until the dragon is inflated, and then you can like float around the place. Yeah, I think it's something like that. Coming soon. Oh, wasn't there like a changed special edition? I think Dragon Snow is working on that, right? Yeah, I remember playing the demo. The game is like super duper hard because it's a puzzle game. Silenced. It's 100% an inflation game, not arguing that at all. It's just an and a good platformer. It's not super loot. It's not. I have to be clear. It's not about loot. It's just not my thing. It's not because it's like loot or anything. It's not. I have to be clear. It's not. Exactly. Oh, sun setting. My face doesn't feel hot anymore. You think this is good progress for today? I mean, I got the basic head shape out, and then I got distracted towards the but I think this is the thing with me doing art, right? I start off like this, and then every time I come back to art, and then I will see the things. I will see the thing that's like wrong and can be changed. Well, not wrong, but can be changed for the better, right? I usually see that the next time I come back, and then I will always like make it look as better as I can, right? As best I can. I think that's the phrase. So, yeah. You got the horns at least. Like if I were to, let me save. I want to see how it looks like on both sides. This is just to test, right? Merge down. Down again. Like duplicate. Deformation. Boom. That was kind of cute. Actually, yeah, I think I'm still. This is still not thick enough. It needs to be a lot bigger than this, actually. So. Hey, even now I see it, but next time I open it up, I would know what to change. So, heck yeah, the horn should be a lot bigger, because from here it looks like it's quite big, right? Even here looks kinda, yeah, looks really thick, right? See? Over here, this one is like very telling as well. Even here, like, this is really big. I just have really like Zeus's character, it's crazy good. something about the pastel pink just like a very nod of approval. Not thick enough for a kobo, obviously. Not on stream. Such a good. No, I don't know. I'm not. I'm still far from being a good artist. But I sure as heck can keep trying. Yeah, it's more obvious when I put it like this, right? It's more obvious when I put it put it on like two sides. It's really hard to see, it's really easy to see now, right? So definitely not thick enough. Over here might be a little bit weird, so I need to change something around here as well. It's also like over here, right? It shows the clip here. It shows here a little bit. Did I do the good art? I mean, this one doesn't look that good. I heard the thick who summoned me. I did. Breggy is a good artist too, so he's right about that. But yeah, I do agree that Breggy is a good artist. Oh, wait, Pinky cannot do that anymore? Wait, I thought VIPs can do that. Here, let me help you. Let me help you. Boom. Oh my god, it's the green dragon. Oh my goodness. The green dragon. Wow. Heck yeah, look at Bracky. But yeah, I think I'm probably gonna stop here for today. I know, not a lot of progress, right? But it's something. I'm actually quite surprised I got it kind of the head shape. Ooh, here looks really weird. I need to change this. I think Thursday. Okay. Thursday art. Yeah, I need to do like more instead of just like a full session of art. I feel like if I do that too much, I get scared very easily. So I should do more partial art and partial game, right? I think I should do that more. I should do that more. Definitely, 100%. Yeah, let me go here. Boom. I want to plug the leap motion again. Where did my cable go? Excuse-moi, it's gone? Oh no, it's just really dark, I didn't see it, okay. I found it, don't worry. There we go. Do I have hands now? I have hands now. Oh, my hand got booped. Heck yeah. Hands, not paws or claws. My paws got booped. Oh my god, Breen is streaming? Breen, oh my god, Muffin is streaming? Oh my goodness, Muffin is streaming. There's like 3 people I want to raid. Breen, Johnny, and Muffin. Left how they go inside your head now. It's a very vigorous and a very strong boop. Very, very strong boop. Okay, there we go. Anyway. Another decision who to ask for uppies. Oh gosh. So hard to choose. Oh, I should make the pet hen bigger. Give me a second. I think this is really easy to do. Go here. No, not here. Oh, it's this one. Yeah. And then head pet size. Oh, it's already the biggest? What? Am I that big? I can become so small. I can become so small. Wait. What the heck? Everything seems alright actually. No, it doesn't. North Collider wine. I mean, I guess the collider looks fine, no? And chest collider offset. Throw ring, head pet. How is the head pet size the biggest already? No way. Head pet speed, mega. Glasses? What the heck is glasses? Oh. Go by spoon the size now. How can I? I mean, I can definitely become smaller. How small can I get though? But if I become small, right? I wonder if the head pet size will become bigger. Alright. For science, right? For science. Avatar. Scale. Boom. Oh shit. I'm so small now. Oh, it's already the closest camera possible. Wait. Oh shit. Help. Why am I dancing? The camera couldn't be any bigger. What? No, I don't want to break dance. Help. So the head pet size doesn't get bigger. If the head pet size doesn't get bigger, then it's not that useful. I don't want to break dance. Oh my god, the boob is so big. Wait, is the boob extra big now? Wait a minute. Wait, someone redeemed that boob mini again. Oh, maybe I could. Oh my god, that's huge. Oh my god, I'm being absolutely smarted. Oh yeah. Okay, I actually just need to make the avatar scale a little bit bigger. Alright, growing kobo, heck yeah. That looks about right? Crotch. No, don't look at my crotch hole. Okay, I'm very small now, I think. Also, I don't know if... Oh, I'm squished and corbed. I'm squished and corbed. What? Oh, get that time? I could do it. Oh, wait, I haven't listened to this one for a while. Here, let's change for a bit. Get back, get back, get back. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is the good stuff. You should make a redeem called Squirb. just two things at once. It's Squirb. Wait, what happened to my collar? No, my collar looks weird now. Oh wait, did that change the color scale as well? Because I could yeah, see the color looks janky now. Hiya. What happened? Because over here this color. Oh. Oh, glasses. Oh wait, glasses? Where did this come from? This is so stupid. Heck yeah. Alright, no. I think just maximum glasses size. But now the color looks so jank, I don't like it. Oh no. Heckin' yep. Why am I suddenly messing with VTuber Plus now? Kobo cool now? Heck yeah. Combine Corp and Scream shit at the same time. I'm cool now. Kobo say deal with it. Deal with how deal with my hypnotic pause. That's right. You will listen to me now. Oh god. Give me money. Oh shit. Give me money. Sync bone position with tracker. What's a tracker? Oh, that looks weird. I don't know why my collar look jank now. Hypno Cobalt? I actually don't do Hypno, but my beans can do it. Sorry. What? Hand! There we go. My beans is so like so flashy that when hypnotic comes out when hypnosis comes out, yeah. Actually, is there glasses here? I mean, there's abduction. Stink? Big head? Oh, I know that the freeze just breaks my model. Boom. The freeze just breaks my model every time. Oh shit! Oh shit! Help! Oh my god! My head is in my booba now. Help! Someone release me from this pain. Thank you. Oh, it looks so stupid. Okay, there we go. Oh, actually, I want to see something. I don't know if the spoil the Kobo is still like accurate now. No, it kinda is accurate. Right, I want to do the. I forgot I'm supposed to do the get the thigh. Wow. Professional right here, jeez. Interior Seiko, Kobo, and Chomel. Let's see if I picked the right language to translate to. Yeah, that's Malay. Seiko Kobold is one funniest. Seiko is wild. but then again, I don't know. I don't know what would what would we use for a kobold. I mean, I'm not good with like those kind of stuff, right? Sabiji? No, definitely not Sabiji. Yeah, adorable kobold. I guess Google Translate don't know what to use for a kobold, so they just use Seeko. But I guess Seeko works too because I'm technically we use Seeko for animals, so I guess Google is kind of right. Yeah. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Yeah, seekor kobold yang comel. Comel is cute. Yala is right. Seekor kobold, a kobold. Yang comel is that's cute. Something like that. Malay is hard, but also Malay is easy. I don't know how to explain it, but it is that way. Must go work. Is everyone for the night? Oh, okay. Good luck with work. Good luck with work, Spooter. Thanks for stopping by. Maybe this is better. Yeah, I called Nagakuchi. Small dragon? Oh my god, I'm a small dragon. Naga is dragon in Malay. I know Naga is also a thing in English. It's a snake with arms, right? But Naga in Malay is dragon. So, saya lah seekor naga kecil yang comel. Oh, naga kecil is so cute though. Alright, let's do the get that fire real quick here. It's getting dark. It's getting dark. Sometimes I feel like speaking Malay on stream is kind of funny. I don't know. Here we go. The camera is not working well. I guess that's how I do the squid. Oh my god. Okay. Nasi lemak stream. I guess I'm kinda am a nasi lemak. Get stared at, by the way. I'm staring at you. Look at me. My head has no movement. But my hand has movement and I'm pointing at you. Sorry, wait. You. It's so stupid, oh my god. I'm so childish sometimes. Get stared at by the couple. I love how just a little bit of a get that thigh can get me like out of breath. Oh wow, I actually forgot to summon Bernie for many times. Big or small? I think I like small. Speaking of, I have a coffee. Yeah. Coffee good. Coffee helps. I'll make it. Boop. Oh my god. There was a huge amount of boop at the same time. Is it strange that I pay attention to stuff like this? No, not at all. Bernie's gonna tell you all about the coffee. Tell them, Bernie, tell them. Tell them why I'm getting bombarded by boops.
I once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Should I lower my... I need to lower my collider size. Yeah. So that the boop can go right inside my brain. Okay, give me a second. Oh, I just missed everything. Oh shit. Wait, the boop just whips entirely. Oh my god, that's so stupid. I love it. Maybe not. Maybe this? Maybe this works? Nico, become back to boop. I don't know if this works. Let me try. What? Weird. So do I need to like turn up my head collider to like the biggest? I should. Maybe like this? That just whiffed. That just whiffed. Everything is like whiffed. Oh. Wanking. Wanking is getting auto-modded. Oh, it's okay, Evans. I'm gonna say the message out loud. So caption said, "Tell them, Bernie. Tell them wanking bombarded by boops. Thanks, boops with a B." Thank you, closed captions. That was wild. The yeet misses you entirely too now. Really? Kobo's got a big hand? I could get the big hand, I think. You getting off? Yeah, I'm ending stream here. But still having fun with this for a little bit. Big hand. I don't like that. 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 Maybe I need to be on top more? Oh wait, no. I should hand. Oh, I know what to change. I know what to change. Watch this. Throw ring offset down. Alright, that's not gonna whiff me anymore, I'm pretty sure. Watch this. Come on, hit me. Hit me. I'm ready. Kung Fu. Kung Fu bold. Why is it every... Oh my god. That kind of works. I think that kind of works. Help. Help. Why so random guy creating 3 of those? I'm doing it today. I'm started doing art again, so it's gonna take a while, but I'm trying my best. Sorry that you guys have been waiting for it. Kobo struggles to be on top. Dang, I just want to be top. The camera, I swear to god. I don't even know what to... Ninja Tiara? Heck yeah, I'm just dodging everything. The yeet still with him. On the cricket chat again. Thank you. Also hope you're doing heckin' roll-tastic. I'm just gonna fucking make the throw ring like low as hell. I mean, there's no like throw ring size. I mean, that's gonna throw in my chest though. If you want to boop the booba, maybe now's the time. They just whipped. Why? Why are they just? Am I too small? Am I too small? I'm gonna go off the lights real quick. Oh, it's so jank. I love it. Uppy shall be given. Oh my god, heck yeah. Does my camera still work? No, my camera decides to be a shithead. Camera, please. Why you like this? Should I just like up the gain to maximum? Oh, that's maximum gain and it works now? Okay. Well, maximum gain it is. Run the mate station. English is hard. Oh shit. Who's still streaming? Okay. Johnny is streaming. Breen is streaming still. Muffin is streaming still. What? Pokemon Legends Z is out? Damn, I didn't even know. I'm seeing Nita playing it. Wow. I don't know how I feel about Pokemon Legends ZA. Guess it's time to see the gameplay. Gosh, I don't know. Breen. I wanna rate Breen. I never really got the chance to rate Breen here. Oh. Oh, there's a dangerous person on. At least there's a person I banned on my stream. It's over at Breen's channel. Well, I'll be quiet about it. But I am a mod there, so I am a mod in Breen's channel. So if they were to do anything, then I don't know. But for now, I think let's rate Breen. I don't know if Breen is rating out though. I have a Discord channel. Heck yeah. I announce my stream stuff over there, and there's a dragon simping corner over there. We left dragons over there. Dragons good, right? Dragons good. Also rate message. Here. Rate message. Boop. We also have the better Dragon Simming Corner. Oh yeah, the more advanced version of Dragon Simming Corner. You always bring Brain. That game looks wild. Let's rate Brain and have a look together. That works too. Okay, let me type in the rate to Brain real quick. Thank you. Yeah, I typed in the raid. I'm gonna go raid out and probably get some food as well. So before the red, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. I really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to bring. We're gonna raid to a heckin' Naga. Oh, snake and Naga. 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 Naga, very cool. I think Naga is pretty cool. Oh. I feel kinda nice today. Did some art. Albeit not a lot, but I did some art. Feels good. I like it. Very nice. Feeling not bad, even though I just did the... I just did only the horns. I think that's fine. The horns, the head shape, yeah, it's good. It's okay, right? It's okay progress. Every little bit is progress. That is true, right? I need to constantly tell my brain to like not be so harsh to myself most of the time. I'll be fine. But I feel great today, so heck yeah, that's nice. At least that's pretty nice. I like. You know, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm most likely going to do a little bit of art and then a little bit of game tomorrow, but we'll see, right? Okay, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Kobo love you. Mwah. Bye. Take care. Nice.